So I found this demo for a game called Bladesong. Played it for about an hour. It looked like fun, so I picked up the game. I'm gonna start a new game, play through it. It's about forging swords, and has seems to have a story mode that looks like some actual effort was put into the story. So look, what little bit I played, I had fun. So I'm gonna play through it, even though it's in early access. Play through what I can. I don't know how long the game will last, but it looks fun. Also has a creative mode. Guess you can actually design swords and then 3D print them out, but I don't have a 3D printer, so it's nothing I'll be playing around with. It's great, the new game. In cloying darkness, you ride, you cling to life by the tips of your fingers. Something takes shape in the emptiness, contours of flesh tracing along familiar lines. A withered old woman's face floating before your own. When she speaks, she has the rasping voice of a raven. Who are you? A swordsmith? A survivor? A saint? A dying man. Dying. Wrong. It is not yet your time. The Sundering claimed untold lives, yet you endured when so many around you perish. What did you do to survive? Grants diplomacy. Forging blades used in butchery. When the last of them died in battle, it was time for me to start over. Toughness. This background grants you +3 knowledge as a wanderer. Slave. This background grants you 3 finesse. Should I do diplomacy? Toughness? I plied my trade from settlement to settlement, gathering hard-won knowledge about a world that is falling apart. I joined a band of sellswords, forging blades used in our butchery. When the last of them died in battle, it was time for me to start over. We built a settlement at Osterhall. I was their smith and their spokesman. For many years, we held out. One by one, I buried them all. Hmm. A dual wanderer. A cold hand touches your brow. Water cools your burning throat. You kept something through all your hardships. A keepsake from a better time. What is it? An artisan toolkit for a creative playstyle grants a bundle of leathers and pigments for more creative freedom early on. A family heirloom for a story-focused playstyle grants a unique family heirloom passed down through prior generations of your lineage. A bottle or rare old spirit for an optimization focus playstyle grants a bottle of precious liquor to boost your progress. Go with a family heirloom. The fire is burning itself out, leaving you leaving you a damp shadow of your old self. You claw blindly in the darkness until more water is tipped down your throat. What do you believe in now the voices have abandoned this world? Ambition. Humanity can rise above the voices if we learn their secrets. Continuity, continuity. I believe in small things. Bread rising, seasons turning, children growing. Freedom. We're better off without the voices. Humans can adapt to anything. Compassion. Every small kindness is an act of defiance in a world without pity. Nothing matters anymore. There's peace in accepting that. Hmm. Uh, Humanity can rise above the voices if we learn their secrets. The secrets of the voices would burn your mind to ash, mortal. You can't stop what's coming. I'll leave you with one final question, and I don't expect an answer. What will fill the silence the voices left behind? As the old woman's face retreats into inky blackness, sparks flicker into life behind her, one by one. I feel the stars burning with a sickly pale light. Like seeds taking root, they twist and expand, their tendrils branching out and burrowing through the darkness until they've strangled it with light. Now awake, Smith. You have a part to play in humanity's final act. A new day has dawned. Your eyes flutter as you regain consciousness. You're faintly surprised to find yourself alive. Either death did not come for you, or when it did, it found you unyielding. Awaken, you sit up, gasping, sweat drenched if the fever has broken. Your bearings. You're in a tent, there's no sign of your caretaker apart from a half-empty water pail and a damp cloth on your brow. You peek out of the tent flaps, squinting against the sunlight. Outside, as far as the eye can see, stretches a chaotic sprawl of tents and shelters, churned mud and shallow graves. Most of your rations are gone. Your horse was already dying when the fever took you. Its body is nowhere to be seen. By now it's likely soup. You're on your own. Remember, a lifetime on the road, selling your wares, sleeping under trees, learning the secrets of the world. Every year it got harder. Landmarks vanished, bridges collapsed, outposts fell to ruin. At last, you were forced to seek a sanctuary. It was a long journey to Aaron Keep, through dust and despair. Your last memories are of sliding from your dying horse, your numb legs tracking furrows in the mud as someone dragged you to shelter. But who? Outside the tent is a crude field forge, complete with an anvil. Did you crawl here in a daze, or did your mysterious caretaker bring you here? Either way, the anvil gives you a feeling of home. Assess the field's forge condition. It seems to have been abandoned for some time, lacking anyone with the skill to work it. But it won't require much effort to get running again, should you need to make a living out here. Hopefully, it won't come to that. First, you should head to the gates and try to secure entry to Aaron Keep. That's why you came here, after all. Short tutorial to teach you all you know. Follow it closely. Let's hear the music. Welcome to the camp, swordsmith. People will come to you with commissions. You choose which commissions you take on. Commissions refresh daily. Select the highlight button. Choose your first commission. Owen. You accept a commission, you prepare a billet for your sword. Preparing a billet costs action points. Action points are replenished daily. Preparing this billet also costs steel. First customer is a gaunt man in a tattered cloak. He approaches you, noticing the anvil outside your tent. You a blacksmith? Can you make me a sword? I've got the coin for it. Just make sure it's good and long. I don't like enemies to be in hugging distance, if you get my meaning. We'll accept it. Forge. Rotate the camera. Use the right mouse button. To move the camera along the blade, hold the middle mouse button or alt right mouse. To zoom in, use the mouse wheel. Okay. Use the tutorial flag at the top of the bar to revisit any information you've already seen. Use this. Okay. Customers had different requirements which your sword must fulfill. The top left panel shows your progress towards commission requirements. Hover the cursor over the blade length requirement to see helpful details. Requirement between 38% and 58%. The current is 10%. Let's start shaping your blade. Click the plus. Change length. Apply a light or heavy hit to alter your blade. Let's start with light hits. Click on the steel billet to hammer and lengthen it out. In order to make larger changes on your blade, you can build up strength with heavy hits. Click when the hammer is at its highest position for a heavy hit. The longer your chain of heavy hits, the more your blade changes with each hit. Okay. Now that the blade length requirement is met, let's flatten the blade. Click the plus button to add change thickness ability. Feel free to use light and heavy hits as you please. Hold shift for even lighter hammer hits. Change thickness. Shift increases it by 1%. Let's make the blade wider using change width ability. Hammer a point on the sword. Usually customers won't accept a sword without a point. The cross-section ability makes your blade sharp. Let's add it. Okay. Cross-section, adjust your blade's cross-section to make it sharp. This ability has two steps. First, you need to give the blade a sharper edge. Watch the cross-section display to the top right to get a better understanding of what's changing. Hammer until the blue line on the blade turns orange. The edge is now sharp, and you can further adjust the shape of the cross-section. Keep hammering until the hexagon shape becomes a diamond shape. Great, your blade is complete. Click the hilt mode to start working on the hilt. Okay. In hilt mode, you have access to a library of sword parts to complete your sword. Select a guard from the library and attach it to a slot on your sword. In hilt mode, attach parts cost resources. Keep your eye on the resource panel to see how much you're spending. Added grip part next. Required, craft a long hilt for two-handed use. Connect two grip parts to achieve this. Custom requires two-handed sword, so your grip section needs to be long enough. When holding a sword part, you can cycle through using Q, E, or control scroll wheel. Select the pommel. Cool. Every part of the sword influence. I don't know what the hell was going on there. Every part of your sword influences physics. Watch the weight and balance meter shift as you attach the pommel. Interesting. Mobility will drop. That one on there. You can detach sword parts again by clicking on them. You will get your resources back, so feel free to experiment. When you're happy with your two-handed sword hilt, let's make some final adjustments to the blade. The ability history shows all abilities that have been used on the blade. You can use this to revisit abilities and edit or delete them. The number next to an applied ability shows its intensity. Editing abilities has no cost. Feel free to experiment. Select the change with ability you added earlier. Press X to flip the direction of your hammer, then hammer to narrow the blade. This commission is fulfilled, so it is time to sell the sword. Click the button above. Offer to own. The man takes the sword and jams it at his shadow experimentally. A slow grin crosses his face. This should do the trick. Thank you, Smith. Here's your payment. Accept. Does not look that impressive, but then again, I'm using a crappy forge. Congratulations on finishing your first sword. Another customer awaits. Okay. Landon. Word is spreading around the camp about the new smith. Your next customer is a wary-looking man with a bald plate, his hollow eyes darting back and forth. I heard you came down with the wasting fever. Lucky to be alive, you are. Anyway, can you modify the sword for me? I scavenged it from the ruins, but it hasn't got enough of a point to it. I want something I can stab into a thief. belly if I need to. He hands you a sword with a sharp edge but a rounded tip. As you hold it up to the light, he leans forward conspiratorially. I've only had this blade 3 days, and I felt people's jealous eyes upon it. If they come for it in the night, I want to be able to give them a short, sharp stab. Okay. Go to forge. The customer wants his sword altered. The rounded point needs to be turned into a narrow point. Revisit the point ability to reforge it. You can change the range of many abilities. The range influenced by your ability is marked with a line. Drag the circular handle at the end of this line. Hammer to apply changes. Alright. Pull it over here, I guess. It's not quite the same. Nice work. When you fulfilled all requirements as the commission is complete, you can sell the sword. The man takes the sword and tests the point, smiling as a bead of blood that wells at his fingertip. Then he stows it away, glancing around the camp as he does so. Folks out here will take everything from you if you ain't vigilant. Keep a keen eye out, Smith. He scurries away, his back hunched as though against a non-existent downpour. Nice pommel. Like a gold coin embedded. You just received a scrap item. Go to your inventory and inspect what you received. Salvaging turns scrap into useful resources. This costs a small amount of action points, so it's a perfect use for leftover points at the end of a day. However, hover over items to see descriptions, interact with the items to salvage it. Let's see, I got steel, salvage with F. Rusty implements past their prime, only good for salvage. F. When your action points are spent, it's time to end the day. If you end the day with any action points left, they will be lost, so try to use them up whenever you can. Gotcha. End the day. Day. 0, 55 today, upkeep 20, new balance 35. Explore, Aaron Keep. I need to enter the city. Outer gates. Passage into Aaron Keep is barred by a colossal gate taller than a ship's mass. It was built to withstand enemy armies, but since the Masked King's ascension, it mainly keeps out the desperate masses seeking his protection. Examine the magical barrier. It's only visible in the half-light of dawn, or when it pours with rain, a faint shimmer that rises from the walls and captures Aaron Keep in a vast dome. Knowledge, success. For a city to have survived this long past the sundering, it must have extraordinary defenses. You've heard that some surviving outposts have guardian dragons or shrouds of impenetrable fog, but none have as perfect a protection as Aaron Keep. Let's try that again. It is as though the songs never ended. Attackers, humans or otherwise, are simply unable to breach the dome. Poisonous miasmas dissipate harmlessly against it. Plagues are kept at bay. Within this sanctuary, crops grow without withering, water runs clean, and people can sleep without fear. If such miracles can exist in a world without the voices, surely there's hope for the future. You are inspired. Approach the gate. As you approach, the portcullis. I don't even know how. Rises to admit a caravan. Chaos breaks out. The crowds swell like a rising tide. Refugees push forward, begging for entry. The guards batter them back with their shields. The merchant wagons barrel through, their drivers using horsewhips to lash stragglers out of the way. Call for the attention of the guard. Huh? What do you want? He gazes down at you like a fisherman disappointed with his catch. I want to enter the keep. You a citizen? Or you got yourself a worker's permit? No, I don't. Then get out of here, applicant. Stop wasting my time. Applicant? That's the euphemism the guards use to refer to the desperate hordes camping at their gate. It has a nicer ring, you suppose, than refugee. I have useful skills. I'm a blacksmith. Every applicant who comes here begging is a doctor or a master glass blower. Or a damn alchemist. You think I was born yesterday? If you're a smith, prove it. How do you expect me to do that? I can show you a sword I made. If you come with me, I'll demonstrate my skills at my forge. I can show you a sword I made. Sure. And how am I supposed to know that you're telling the truth? I've got a sword too. Does it make me a smith? Buzz off, little fly. Head back to your tent. You return to your tent where your makeshift forge awaits. You're hardly at your best working with such limited materials, but it's all you have for the time being. It won't be long before your cache of steel runs out. Since it seems you're going to be here longer than expected, you should make it a priority to find a merchant in this forsaken place. A new day has dawned. Nicely done. This is the tutorial. The game opens up from here. Don't be afraid to explore. Here are a few resources to get you started. Some EXP, some steel, some wood. Okay. Let's see what there is to make. I got 8 action points. Can do a repair. What Griswold has. A hunchman shuffles towards your anvil, his hands black with dirt and a shovel strapped across his back. He's as short as a child, but wide as a barrel. He stinks of soil. There's a smell of the dead about you. Are you a grave digger? Someone's got to bury the dead, and it ain't pleasant work. People die every day in the camp. Fever, hunger, despair, eh? What kind of sword are you after? Something that'll make him think twice about bothering me. He's bigger than me. But a good blade evens the odds, don't it? I'm not looking for trouble, eh? Just want to be left alone to do my work in peace. Except forge. Start with change the length. And 30 and 35. 35 and 55. There. The sword speed is the highest when the sword is light and has little mass near the point. A longer blade further improves this rating. It's got to be one-handed. Sword is most mobile when it's light and has little weight in the hilt area. So let's change this thickness. So mobility's okay. Even know if I need to worry about the width. There. Sharp. Work on that point. A narrow point. Forge a narrow point. Acute point that will be ideal for stabbing. See. All things are checked. So it's done. He takes the blade in his dirt blackened hand, immediately testing its sharpness against his thumb. A thin line of blood trickles through the grime, and he grins with satisfaction. Now let that bastard come and test me, eh? I'll split him down the middle and bury the pieces in the midden pile. Try seeing things from his easy grief. The ring you took might have been all he had to remember his wife by. Colorful imagery. Good luck out there, Gravedigger. I and you, Smith. If I if I end up burying you, I promise I'll put you somewhere nice. Maybe near a tree. Thanks. You've earned a skill point, open the skill tree. Allows you to scale sword parts, allows you to forge asymmetrical blades. Advanced sword smithing. Do that first. Let's see. This guard woman dumps a damaged weapon on your anvil with a loud clang. Look at this useless piece of dross. I'm fed up pretending this thing can kill a man. Think you can get it back into working order. Regular point. Sure. Have enough points. Let's see what I got here. Sharpness. It's a regular point. Forged a well-balanced point. Not too narrow, not too broad. Change the thickness. Sharp. Okay. Sharpness is good. Regular point. Length is fine. Things are good. She hefts the weapon with satisfaction, testing its balance. Good as new. Maybe better. Why? I bet it could slice the limbs from a man's eyes lids from a man's eyes before he can blink. Cheers, Smith. My enemies will lament your name. Let's take a look at what I have here. Got silver. A precious metal for sword making used for purely decorative purposes. Once associated with Mirmek, the voice of the moon and wisdom, is said to ward against shape changers. Interesting. Salvage this. 18 steel. Some money. No leather. That's okay though. This inspired you. Increase your diplomacy. The day. Made 75, spent 20, at 90. Around the camp. Outside the walls of Aaron Keep, desperate souls gather in makeshift tents, pleading for entry. Introduce yourself to your neighbors. The tenants near you are mostly occupied by unfriendly, suspicious folk. They spit on the ground when you approach and ward you off with threatening gestures. There's one exception, however, a young woman who actually smiles as you approach, though her eyes are haunted and hollow set. Glad to see you're feeling better. You were in death's door for a while there. I'm sorry, have we met? Well, no. You weren't exactly conscious. I dragged you to safety after you fell off your horse. So you're the one who nursed me back to health? No. That old woman showed up, told me she was going to look after you. I checked in now and then, but she told me you were still recovering. Where is she anyway? I haven't seen her in days. She's gone by the time I woke. I had no idea who she was. You just handed me over to some random stranger. No idea. Let me know if you run into her again. I'd like to thank her. Will do, but wait. Do you mean to say she's not a relative of yours? How odd. Must have been just a kind-hearted old soul. Count your blessings. There's not many of those around in this camp. Aye, it's nice to see a friendly face around here. Lovely neighbors. Lovely neighborhood, isn't it? Good to meet you too. Name's Chev, short for Chevena. But only my mother calls me that, and she's been dead for 10 years. She's painfully thin and covered in grime, much like everyone else in the camp. She's the first person you've seen smile, though. What do you imagine goes on in Aaron Keep? I'm starting to forget what civilization used to look like. Oh, let's see. It's somewhere you can set up shop, build a real business, not just scrape by. You make it sound so easy. I wish I had a skill I could build a business around. All I know how to do is survive one day to the next. She lapses into silence. Somewhere in the distance, a scream rings out. You both try to ignore it. Do you know anyone selling materials I could use for my forge? Journal update. Steal for the forge. I heard someone say that there's a scrap peddler in the Lost Cities selling all sorts of things. Be careful if you go to the Lost City, though. The place gives me the shivers. Okay. I guess tomorrow I can go to the Lost City. Say your goodbyes. Before you can leave, Chev grabs your arm. There's a wild desperation in her eyes. I've been stuck here for weeks, and not everyone in this camp is as friendly as you. Not sure how much longer I can last. Can you do me a favor? If you get into Aaron's Keep before me, find a fellow named Lucas or Oriana. He's my uncle. If he knew I was out here, he'd help me, I'm sure of it. Of course, I'll let him know you're here. Of course, I'll let him know you're here. Thank you. She rubs her eyes. Look at me, getting my hopes up. Lucas Oriona, remember the name. Chev lifts her hand in farewell as you walk away from her tent. Her smile is as fragile as porcelain. Scavenge for food. The tragedy of the applicant's camp is indescribable. So is the smell. There are no sewers out here. Not everyone bothers to go to the outskirts to use the latrines. Hmm. Tucked away from the squalor, you find a pocket where desperation hasn't completely taken hold. Children are playing in the mud. A few scrawny chickens peck at the ground, miraculously uneaten. As you pick your way through, wary eyes track your movements. Tent flaps, some calling out to alert their neighbors to the presence of a newcomer. At the center of this little commune, you find a family crouched around a huge cooking pot, simmering with meats and scrounged vegetables. A little girl tosses a handful of wild herbs into the stew. Your mouth waters. Approach them. A father and mother, a gaggle of children, a grandmother with a face like an ancient apple, even a dog rolling on its back in the dirt, tongue waggling. There's a rough looking. They're a rough looking sort. They're rough looking sorts, filthy and gaunt, but you're not exactly presentable yourself these days. As you get closer, the man twitches aside his cloak to reveal a heavy wooden club. His wife's hand darts to a dagger in her belt. The dog snarls, hackles raise. They all look at you carefully, awaiting your next move. Introduce yourself. The bearded man. Oh, there, a stranger. Name's Bennett Maunder. This here's my wife, Tryanne, and her ma. Ida? I can take you through the names of the nippers too if you like, but I get 'em mixed up myself. The young woman smiles wanly, withdrawing her hand from the dagger's hilt. The old woman just nods, her expression lost in a mass of wrinkles. The children cluster behind their father, peeping at you, giggling. And this mutt's name, Chilodo. He's a good boy, keeps the vultures away. With the word vultures, Bennett's expression darkens. Chilodo sneezes disdainfully. Vultures. Aye, human vultures. He doesn't elaborate further, but his shoulders stiffen. Pleasure to meet you. What's in the pot? It smells incredible. It only smells good because, from the looks of you, you haven't eaten a proper meal in weeks. Come on, pull up a rock. Grab a bowl. It's a hugely generous gesture. Meat out here is precious as gold, and this man has children to feed. Sit down and join their meal. It's hot and thick and rich with meat. It's the best thing you've ever tasted. For the first time in weeks, the hunger in your belly ceases its howling. Where did you find all this food? You see those big merchant caravans that come trundling through camp every day? A box of rations fell off the back of one of those. That's some luck, ain't it? Teach me your ways. In truth, I'm not sure I could do it again. The timing was perfect. Guards were distracted, the merchants had all caught the wasting fever and could barely lift their heads. Can't rely on that kind of luck. How long you've been camping out here, Bennett? Almost 2 months now. Every day I beg the guards to let us through, but they're not interested in the likes of us. They offered up a trade, though. They'll take our nippers in and keep them safe. Trian and I go work ourselves to death in their mines. But then who would look after old Gita here, eh? What do you think of that, Gita? The old woman bobs her head, smiling vacantly into the crackling fire. She gives no other sign of having heard you. I agree. Nikita wouldn't survive out here alone. Aye, that's the truth of it. So we're stuck out here for the time being. Don't worry, though. We'll find a way to get ourselves past that gate. Pleasure to meet you, Bennett. I'll see you later. Away from the Monders, the atmosphere of the camp reasserts itself. Unfriendly glares, distant sobbing. You draw your cloak close around yourself and hurry back to your tent. Return to your tent. You climb into your bedroll, enjoying the rare feeling of a full belly. You're now well fed, and a new day has dawned. Save game. I like the art style. I got 10 action points. You do a Bennett. Bennett Monder approaches your anvil with Schlodo trotting faithfully beside him. The dog tails wags in recognition as he spots you. Good tidings, Smith. Just thought I'd drop by and take a look at your forge. It's a nice little setup you got here, ain't it? I was lucky. The forge was already here when I arrived. That is a stroke of luck. Still, there's a lot of abandoned stuff lying around the camp. People die and leave their things behind. He pauses to scratch Schlodo behind the ears, then straightens with a sigh. I'll tell you the truth, Smith. This ain't a social call. I'm looking for a commission, a blade from you. What brought this on? Camp's a dangerous place and getting more dangerous by the day. I could do with a good sword if I'm to protect my family. Any experience with weapons? Not with swords, no, but I kept order at my old tavern with a stout cudgel when needed. Drunk men are easier to handle than desperate ones. But I do know a bit about how to hurt a man. What can you offer? I don't have much coin, but I've got goods to barter. Stuff I've scavenged from wrecked wagons and ruined farmhouses. Schlodo whines softly and nudges against Bennett's leg. My children, Trian, old Gita, they're depending on me to keep them safe. Smith, please. That's got to be worth something. Gold pendant? Okay. Sure, I'll accept your... What are friends for? You fed me? I'll make you a weapon. I can kill a god. Or at least a man. $28. Start with the length. Needs to be, it's at 39. Right here. 28 and 48. There. Stiffness. This rating is improved by making your blades thicker at the expense of more weight. Experiment. Distal tapering. Hollow cross sections. Fuller to keep the weight low. One needs to be one-handed. Needs a regular point. Okay.
got here? Some abilities like cross section. Feature advanced controls that allow you to further customize their shape. Once your ability reaches advanced controls become available. Select the hammer and change the various shape parameters. I don't know what the hell this means. Okay. Regular points. Let's see. Points. Points. Adult mode. Perk. Super special. Everything's checked off here. Then it takes a sword with reverent hands, his weathered face lightening up. Schloto wags his tail. I don't know much about swordsmith, but this one feels good in my hands. He makes a few careful practice swings, testing the weapon's weight and reach while Schloto watches approvingly. If any more vultures circle around my family, they'll find more than what they bargained for. Between Schloto's teeth and this blade, the Monders can hold their ground. Give my regards to Tryan and the children. Hopefully, you'll never need to draw it. Be careful out there, Bennett. Give my regards to Tryan and the children. I will indeed. They'll be pleased to know you're looking out for us. Thank you, Smith. Here, take this. I found this in the ruins. He produces a gleaming necklace, clearly valuable. This is too much, Bennett. I can't take this. Please, out of everyone in this forsaken camp, you're one of the only decent people I've met. You have to look out. We have to look out for each other. If ever you need anything, company, a hot meal, whatever, you know where to find us. Come on, Schloto. A nameless sword. Ooh, level 3. Save. What is this? Scaling parts. I'll grab the scaling parts. This looks kind of cool. Seven points left. What do I have? Better hide this well. Glean a gold attracts jealousies. Let's see. Holy crap, these have a lot of 20. So give me. This is a good one. Gives me steel, old tools, leather. Smiling man approaches your anvil. He stands out conspicuously stands out as conspicuously healthy, lacking the slick thin frame and hollow cheeks of most people in the camp. Ho there, Smith. I am in need of a good weapon. If you got the coin, you can have it. That's what I like to hear. Continue. Nothing too fancy with the sword. Just make it big and sharp enough that the sight will put some fear into sensible men. So we're going for a two-hander here. All right. So, first things first, get this length down. The steep edge angle of a wide and thin blade provides the best rating. A smooth cross-section is preferable. A strong center ridge can impede the cut. First things first. Start here. Let's see what we got here. Change the thickness. Let's see. There. That's what. Let's see something. That. Okay, a narrow point. You are now able to scale sword parts. Pick up any sword part and hold W and S to scale the part. Scaling influences resource usage as well as the part's weight, a handy tool for balancing your sword's physics. Two. Looks good. How's that look? Everything's checked off. Finish off with everything looks good. Oh, I just realized something. Possibly long. Cart tested blade with the edge of his thumb. His ever-present grin widening. Firelight makes the steel gleam early. Quality work, Smith. Always happy to support local craftsmen, keep the camp economy flowing, right? His laughter rings out as he leaves. Other refugees scurry out of his path. Yes. I don't really like that at the end, but save me a little steel. Got some steel out of it. Let me see. Might have to do salvage tomorrow. Little leather. My wood's starting to run. Pause for a second so I can use the bathroom. out of energy. So, end the day. Explore the keep. The lost city. The scrap peddler can be found here. Oh, isn't this a lovely place? Not all of Aaron's keep was granted the masked king's protection. In centuries past, the city spilled beyond its ancient walls. Now the barrier, which traces the wall's course, has left these outer areas of the to the mercy of the wastes. Nicknamed the Lost City, these crumbling districts have been picked over by countless looters, but rumors persist that there is a worthwhile treasure to be found amongst the rubble. Seek out the scrap peddler. As night draws closer, the shadows of the lost city come alive. Hidden eyes watch from high places. You scurry through the ruins, feeling it as small and vulnerable as an insect. Fortunately, the scrap peddler is easy to find. He warms his hands over a blazing fire in an empty market square, accompanied by a sad-looking mule pulling a cart full of junk. Oh, doesn't he look, normal? He is an off-putting sight. Most of his face is bandaged, but the exposed area are a mess of festering sores and flaking skin. You dread to think of what the bandages are hiding. Not contagious, not contagious. The peddler points at himself as he shouts, one yellow eye peering madly at you through the gauze. What kind of malady afflicts you? Not contagious, I swears it. He doesn't seem to fully understand your question. Taking a look at him, his disease looks like either leprosy or a terrifying skin condition. Or a terrible skin condition. Either way, best not to get too close. I have many things. I find them in the dark places. I sell to you. I sell to you? What do you sell here? Many things. Much to be found for those who know. Don't take this the wrong way, but I'm surprised no one has killed you and stolen your goods. Ha. I am good at hiding. If found, I cough and sputter and pretend to be contagious. The bad men run a mile. But I'm actually not contagious. I swears it. How did you find all this stuff? The dark places call to me. I find forgotten things there. He points vaguely downwards. The mule retches as though ready to expire. Can I see your wares? But it's too dark. The dark time is for taking my favorites, not giving. Come back in daylight so you can see what you is buying, yes? And new vendors available from your forge, scrap peddler. Bid goodbye to the peddler. Partners forever and always, yes? His rotten grin sends a shiver down your spine. Search the ruins for valuables. The lost city has been endlessly picked over by scavengers. Your hopes of finding something are slim but irresistible. Shards of rubble crunch underfoot as you trudge down empty streets. Sure enough, one by one, the half-collapsed shells of the houses prove to offer nothing of value. Venture deep. You come across counting houses where merchants once hoarded coin and tracked debts. Come across a counting house. It squats like a petrified tome between grander buildings, its faded paint flaking like dead scales. The door is blocked by a slab of fallen stone, as big as a man. Look elsewhere. You move through the shattered streets, you come across what was once a guardhouse. A squat stone fort with slitted windows. A pile of skeletal remains are heaped up against the fortified doors. People came here seeking shelter and were refused. It looks like a few of the dead were struck by crossbow bolts. Search the guardhouse. The walls are carved with obscene messages. Broken bottles scattered the floor, along with gnawed bones and blood-stained rags. By the looks of it, a group of brigands took shelter here for years. Whether they were originally guards, escaped prisoners, or just a passing gang, you couldn't guess. But they turned the place into their own personal fiefdom. In the cells, you find corpses shackled to the walls. They can't have been dead more than a year or two. When the brigands abandoned this place, they didn't bother to free their slaves. Find your way back to the outskirts. For a moment, you think you've lost your way, but then you spot a fountain you recognize. Its statue cracked and headless. Its remaining water's just a puddle of black slime. You breathe a sigh of relief. This is familiar territory. The sun slips low in the sky. The shadows of the ruins lengthen. Time to leave. A better wind whistles through the ruins, stirring the weeds that cluster in the rubble. It sounds almost like a voice calling your name. You hurry back to camp. Unlike the lost souls camped among these black ruins, you still cling to the hope of entering Aaron Keep. A few hours past midnight, you're woken by a soft, silken hiss. A blade slices through the fabric of your tent. The fabric falls away to reveal a pair of gleaming eyes, a crescent of yellow teeth, a gaunt figure with a knife in your hand. He steps carefully into your tent, apparently thinking you asleep. Behind him are the dim shapes of other men. Each night, you bury your tools and your coin in a new location. There's not much in the tent they can steal, but they don't look like the type who will be happy if they don't find anything worthwhile. Don't take one more step. The man freezes, his grin widening. Oh, awake are you? Might be easier this way. Hand over your coin, food, anything you got. His companions enter the tent behind him, 3 more men, all rail-thing and desperate. The leader takes a menacing step closer. You picked the wrong tent. I make swords. You think I can't defend myself? The leader hesitates, but only for a moment. 4 against 1, Smith. Use your head. Stop waving toothpicks in my face. You think you scare me, you scrawny runt? Oh, I failed. Thief laughs, waving his dagger in your face. Try me, Smith. Doesn't matter how tough you are when you've got a knife in your guts. What do you mean? Forget it. Forget I said anything bad idea. I have nothing. I'm telling the truth. I was robbed as soon as I arrived here. I have nothing. Holy crap, I know you're lying, Smith. I can smell it off. You want me to start getting unreasonable, understand? Alright, damn it, I buried it all. I'll show you where. Moon hangs blood in the sky. Your breath, knives pointing constant pressure against your spine. You lead them to a patch of earth at the edge of camp, far from your actual cache. Search silently. Start digging. Use your hands, and if you don't find nothing, he draws his finger across his throat. Dig. Bleed faster. You dig in it, but there's nothing to find. The night grows long. The sun peaks are rising, casting bloody light. Damn, Smith's trying to be clever. There's nothing here. Pain explodes between your shoulder blades. A nice thrust behind an order. Fire spreads out your chest. Oh, I guess I die. Let's try this again. Don't take one more step. Man freezes. Awake. Arya might be easier. Hand over your coin and food. His companions enter from behind. You picked the wrong tent. Don't think I can defend myself. 4 against 1, Smith. Use your head. Reach for your sword. Ah! You snatch up your blade, leap to your feet, stabbing in one fluid motion. Thief gurgles as your blade finds his heart. The knife drops from twitching fingers. His companions shriek and flee, leaving their friend to bleed out in front of you. You wipe off the blade while blood pools beneath your feet. Searching the thief's twitching corpse, you find a purse full of coin, no doubt stolen from other tents. On the downside, it looks like you won't be getting any more sleep tonight. You have a body to bury. Now I'm exhausted. Thanks, asshole. You wake up with a groan, every movement sluggish. The night has left you with a bone-deep, abiding exhaustion. Today's work will be impacted. You unlocked your first vendor. At any point during the day, visit the vendor to buy resources and other items. You make your way through the lost city, the harsh daylight throwing the ruins to stark relief. The sound of all your footsteps echoes eerily in the crumbling silence. At last, you reach the Scrap Peddler's Square, a rubble-strewn market plaza reclaimed by weeds. The peddler perks up as you approach, his one visible yellow eye widening with excitement at the prospect of a customer. I saved the prettiest trinkets for you, yes? Survey his wares. Your inventory. His inventory. I own 178. Flat Ridge. Pigments. Or I could buy some wood. That. There. Come back when I have some money. Yes, I have some items I can break down for steel too. I'll pick up this. Peddler dances around excitedly, his bandaged hands fluttering over his collection. The mule retches pitiable, yeah, pitiably. I got some questions for you. Yes, yes. What's your name, peddler? That's right. I'm a peddler. Scraps the game. What condition are you suffering from? Nothing wrong. My skin just doesn't like me anymore, I think. Do you ever go inside Aaron Keep? Guards say no. Say I make people sick, but lies. Not contagious, you see. Not even a little bit. Have you seen anything strange in the ruins lately? The walls make songs sometimes. They do. A beautiful, sweet song for the sleeping. Men with candles speak out here to call up things from the dark places. But the dark places are not so easy to call. And I could tell them that if they like, the dark places do the calling. How long have you been scavenging in these ruins? Once I had a shop, a real shop with walls and a floor. Then he gestures at his bandaged face with a gurgling laugh. Now I have a mule. Mule doesn't care about face. Mule supports me through hard times. How long, you ask? 10 years? 17? How long does a mule live? I don't have any other questions. The peddler nods mindlessly, scratching at his bandages until something underneath dislodges. Bid goodbye to the peddler. You nod curtly to the peddler, eager to be on your way. Tell your friends of me. Tell them I'm not contagious. Not at all. Okay, I got 8 action points. So tired. Reduce your AP and finesse. Okay, so let's see what we have here. Mystery reward. Rips. Broken cart. Well, I get some wood. I get 5 of my steel back. Get some leather. Plus 18 though. Customer at your forge has a greasy smile and empty eyes. I need a proper weapon. Smith, I've come to realize that you can't get far in this world without just a rusty little knife. If I'm to claw a decent life from this chaos, I require leverage. And in times like these, nothing proves leverage quite like a yard of steel. May. Gray with worry and exhaustion. She has a small boy hanging around her ankles, suckling his thumb. Wound approaches with sharp, quick eyes, scanning her surroundings. Say there's treasure there still. Things hot in the dark. I need something to keep me alive out there. Call it an investment. I think I'll do it for the leather. Woman who approaches your anvil has sharp, quick eyes that never stop scanning her surroundings. Judging by her scars, she's had some close scrapes in her past. I'm going to into the Lost City and find stuff to sell. People say there's treasure there. Stuff that was just left behind. Old tools, scrap, maybe even some gold. But the Lost City's dangerous. Things hunt in the dark. I need something to keep me alive out there. Call it an investment. I would like to see that mystery reward. Let's forge. So I need a length. Okay, impact. Leather. Black pigment. I don't have any black pigment. Are you kidding me? Oh, I guess I do. Okay. Let me see. Blade mode. Didn't think I did. Stabbing is not the sword's primary purpose. Change the thickness. There. One-handed. good. Examine the blade with a practiced eye. I wielded the blade 2 of my time, and this one's special. Thank you, Smith. New pigment, indigo. This. There's seen better days. Can you help me? Yes, I will help you. Needs a broader point. That's a nice sword right there. Let's see what I can do with this. Broad point. A rather broad or round point. Stabbing is not the sword's primary purpose. Sharpness. Rating. The smooth cross section is preferable. A strong ridge can impede the cut. So I need to shrink this down. I need to change the thickness of the blade. Here, cross section is what I'm Alright, let's see. Broad points. There. Everything is fixed. He inspects running his thumb along carefully along the edge. Much better. Good work, Smith. Good looking sword right there. Let's break down some of my stuff. Pigment, dye, leather, fabric. Never was obtained. Should get more of those pigments. What's this salvage for? 7. Salvages for 14. I actually want to go to the scrap peddler before I... Peddler perks up as you approach. There's one visible yellow eye excitement with the prospect. I saved the prettiest trinkets for you. Survey his wares. Buy this. Saffron. Buy this. Bid goodbye to the peddler. By your friends, I will, my friend. save. My finesse is kind of crap. My knowledge is blah. I'm close to the next level. Let's end the day. Maybe I can get some sleep tonight. Not be murked while I'm asleep. Lost City, the camp, the outer gate. Try the outer gate again. I try to find my way in. That would be nice. The outer gate looms over the camp. Both threat and beacon. Refugees gather, pleading for entry, while impassive guards look on. Approach the gate. The guard is slouching against the ramparts, gazing out over the horizon. His heavy, lidded eyes flicker your way only when you call for his attention. What do you want? The guard sneers, especially pronounced this evening. You want to enter the keep. Are you a citizen, or you can get yourself a worker's permit? No, but I'd like to apply for a worker's permit. I'm a blacksmith, and I've been plying my trade out here for a while now. Yeah, I'm a dragon slayer. Get out of here, applicant. And back to your tent. You return to your tent where your makeshift forge awaits. What a pain in the butt that man is. Okay. At least I'm well rested. Let's look at what we got here. Man sits by your anvil, staring at the keep's looming walls. His eyes track every guard passing through. They're building up something. More guards on the walls every day. New weapons. I've been watching them prepare for weeks. He scratches absently at an old scar in his face. It'll be at night when they think we're sleeping. They'll pour out those gates and clean up the refugee problem once and for all. Just you wait. I reckon I'll need a good blade by my side. What is May? The woman approaches your anvil, her gray face with worry and exhaustion. She has a small boy hanging around her ankles, sucking his thumb. His hunger-hollowed face making his eyes stand out like dinner plates. May. You're a smith, right? You make swords? I've already lost 2 children on the road here. I can't lose another. I need something to protect it with. And that's 7. It's Bryn. Customary forge. I've already lost 2 children. She seems like someone who needs a hand. It's a 2-handed weapon? Holy crap. Continue to... Sorry for your loss. Sorry won't keep Tom safe. Only steel can do that. Have you ever used a sword before? No, but I'll learn. I've heard stories about what happens in the camp. People taking children, selling them, worse things. I won't let that happen to my Thom. What happened to your other children? My oldest boy, Bandits put an arrow in him when we were crossing Nettle Bridge. I don't know why. We had nothing to steal. After that, we avoided the roads. We made our way through the deepest part of the bleak woods, but that was a mistake. There's things in those woods. Something took my daughter, snatched her out of my tent at night. I heard her scream, but never saw. She breaks down into sobbing. I'm sorry. What could you afford? I don't have much coin left, but I'll give you everything I have, whatever it takes. She glances again at her son, her voice breaking silent slightly. He's only 4 years old. He doesn't understand why his sister and brother aren't with us anymore. I can't. I won't lose him too, not without a fight. Then let me forge you a sword. Though a dagger would probably do you better. Far better. I'm trying to wield a 2-handed sword. Alright. I have some pounding I have to do here. There. Let's change this thickness down. Well, speed, narrow points. Did leather? Of course, she needs to have leather. There. Everything's good. She takes the sword with trembling hands, testing its weight. Her grip is so uncertain, but her eyes are hard. It is heavier than I expected. She calls softly to her son, who's playing in the dirt nearby. He looks up, his fingers black with mud. Come here, Thomas. Stay close to Mama. The boy runs over, clutches her legs. She rests a protective hand on his head while keeping the other on the sword's hilt. Thank you, Smith. I pray I never have to use this, but if I do, well, I think it'll do the job. Aye, that's a damn good blade if I say myself. It'll see you right. Keep him close. Every moment. A nameless sword. Level 4. Fuck this. Okay. What's a fuller? Unlocks the ability. Fuller with round ends, fuller with smooth ends. Okay. I don't know what that means. Oh, curvature. I ain't paying attention. Okay. Run out of wood. Steel. Vendor. Goods. Bye. Alright, I'm out of everything. So, day. Still got some money. Plus 9 profit. Let's wander around the camp. See if I can meet anybody interesting. Outside the walls of Aaron Key, desperate souls gather in makeshift tents pleading for entry. Look around the camp. The camp is an appalling spectacle. An ocean of mud and flies, with gaunt men and women scraping a living amid the filth. Not far from your tent, recent rains have swept away soil on a mass grave, exposing glints of yellow bone. Only the rats are well fed out here. Speak to Chev. You find Chev outside her tent, gnawing on a chicken bone that's already picked clean. Nice to see you again. I'm just enjoying my dinner. I'd offer you some, but I'm still waiting for my sommelier to pair the perfect wine. How'd you end up here? I grew up far west of here. I lived in a beautiful port town. On certain mornings, the sea and the sky blended together into one shade of misty blue. It was like looking out into a hazy abyss with ships suspended in the middle. Then the sundering happens. Since then, I've been hopping from settlement to settlement, disaster to disaster. A few years ago, I heard that Aaron Keep had survived. No better than survived, it had thrived. The safest place in the world, surrounded by a magic shield that kept both plagues and monsters at bay. The name sounded familiar, and then I remembered. My dad used to tell me how his fool of a brother had moved to Aaron Keep to make his fortune. What if your uncle is no longer with us? A lot of people have perished since the sundering. Well, thanks for that cheerful thought. I'm hopeful that my uncle has survived. After all, Aaron Keep is meant to be safe. In any case, that's how I came to be here. My uncle's the last member of my family left alive. I'm sure he'd take me in if only I could get through the damn gate. Tell me more what your life was like in Karev. Do I have to? Dwelling on the good memories is beautiful but painful, like gazing over long at the sun. Is there nothing you can tell me? What do you want me to say? The winters were harsh, but the summers were sweet and long. Every sunrise, the bells called us for morning song. I'd run to school with my sister, and we'd learn that the world would always stay sane. It feels like it happened to another person. What happened to make you leave? During the sundering, abominations rose from the ocean. The waves were as high as mountains. The sea beasts claimed what the sea didn't. We were visiting my father's vineyard, out of reach of the worst of it. We fled, thinking that our town had suffered some unique tragedy. We didn't know that the same thing was happening everywhere else in the world. What do you know about the magic barrier around? Oh, what's the latest gossip around the camp? Oh, you know, the usual thing. Petty fights and thefts, people die, and new people turn up from the waste to replace them. What do you know about the magic barrier around Aaron Keep? It appears shortly after the Sundering, right? At the same time the Masked King took the throne. I don't know much more than that, sorry. Do you have a plan for getting into Aaron Keep? Of course, I've got a skilled team assembled with lockpicks and grappling hooks. No, I don't have a plan for getting in. I'm making this up as I go and failing miserably. Leave her to her meal. Thanks for stopping by. Bennett and his wife are nowhere to be seen. Old Gaida sits in her chair, smile vacantly while the children stoke the fire and scrub out their iron pot. Shlodo the dog trots up, wagging his tail at your approach. The oldest of the children, a boy with twig-thin limbs and a sour face, looks up from his work and glares. What do you want? Where are your parents? Trying to score us some food. Soon as we get some meat, it seems we can't help but give it away to random strangers. He glares at you. It's obviously a thinly veiled accusation. It would have been rude to turn down your father's invitation. I was about to pass up an opportunity. I was starving. I won't forget your father's generosity. He made a friend for life. What use is that? Our lives ain't lasting much longer at this rate. I didn't catch your name, kid. Sandrick. Pet Shlodo. The dog pushes into your hand and tail whipping manically. Leave the boys do his chores. The boy just grunts when you bid him farewell. Chodo runs exciting circles around you as you leave, then bounds back to resume guarding his family. You lie in wait in the camp's outskirts. As twilight turns to dusk, a wagon appears on the horizon, an enormous spiked wheel churning up a storm of dust in its wake. Black armored guards sit atop the wagon, wielding fierce-looking crossbows. If they spot you, you're likely to end up punched full of holes. But you're in luck. A child runs out in front of the wagon, almost ending up minced beneath its wheels. The wagon pulls to a halt as the guard shouts at the boy to get out of the way. Give it a try. Failure. You make a dash to the wagon, but one of the guards spots you without a warning. He raises his crossbow and fires. The bolt strikes you squarely in the heart, knocking you to the ground instantly. You grapple for a moment at your chest, wheezing and sputtering, strength. Then darkness closes in. Ah, it didn't work. I tried. What can I say? Around the camp. Chev. How did you end up here? We already talked about all of this. That's a stroke of luck. We'll say this one. You're telling me. In any case, that's how I came here. My uncle's the last member of my family that alive. I'm sure he'd take me in if only I could get through the damn gates. About bad memories. During the Sundering, a bomb rose from the ocean. The beast claimed that the sea didn't. Gossip around town. She doesn't. Give her to eat. Go to the Monder's tent. What do you want? Where are your parents? Obviously. It would have been rude to turn down your father's invitation. The boy relents. Yeah, I guess so. Old man's too damn nice for his own good. I didn't catch your name. Sandrick. I'll tell you, my dad stopped by. Pet the dog. Continue. Let's return to my tent. Shev approaches your anvil, boots sloshing in the mud. A man named Aldrich was found dead this morning, stabbed in the back. Poor man, he lost his wife recently, too. Aren't things bad enough here without us turning on each other? Make his stuff. Biggest toss a tree, broke remains of a sword. The blade is snapped in half. Crap. I hear it at night, you know, circling, screeching, getting closer. What? The others say I'm mad that we left that thing back in the waste, but they didn't see what I did. But they didn't see what it did to my brother, the way it looked at me as it tore him limb from limb. It didn't hunt like an animal, it watched me, enjoyed my fear. I'm sure it followed me all the way. Sounds like a good blade at your side could come in handy. I don't know what a sword can do against something like that, but I figure having a sword is better than having nothing at all. Okay. Got this. Regular point. What's this? Toggle. Maneuverability affects both sides of the blade. There. It's nice and thin. point. There. See here. Here. This commission requires a hand and a half grip. Place a grip part, then grab the handle at the end to make it longer or shorter. Use one long or two short grip parts to achieve. Okay. So bad. Everything looks good. Balance is perfect. When it comes, I won't hesitate. Not like before. Not like when I ran and when I left them. She pauses. The pause and like until it becomes clear that she won't speak again. That is, it'll see your beast off. You know, a sword can only do so much if you don't know how to use it. Well, quality craftsmanship. That it'll see your beast off. I heard it again last night, closer than ever. Let it come. I'm not scared anymore. I would be scared. I got some wood. That will help. What do I have here? I think it's tough. I know a good blade when I see one. What does this guy need? A heavy hand. My old blade finally gave out on me. It wasn't much to look at, but I've carried that thing with me ever since the world far apart. I feel naked without it. Can you replace it? I can't be defenseless. I've seen what happens to defenseless people in this new age. A scarred woman dumps a damaged weapon at your anvil and a loud clank. Look at this useless piece of dross. I'm fed up with pretending this thing can kill a man. Think you can get it back working right? Let's see what I can make. Ability. Let's thin this out. Impacts. Points. Everything looks good. This might be better than my old blade. Hope this one lasts as long as that did. That thing carried me through the sundering and all the troubles that followed. Helmet, what's it? Tools. This needs just to be sharpened, broaden the point. Do is actually write down some stuff. Steel for the morning. Save. End the day. Lost City. Let's see what's here. Nicknamed the Lost City, they come with your pick through, search for valuables. You discover ruins of a bathhouse. Its proud columns ensnared with vines, its mosaic floors smashed, and the tiles scattered. Search here. The footsteps echo strangely. The marble floors are still smooth, though coated in years of grime. You find your way to a private chamber where the empty bath is filled with a tangle of ancient human bones. There's not a scrap of clothing in sight, perhaps some final orgy to usher in the end of the world. Something glints between a pair of ribs, a gold locket on a chain. As you wrench it free, the skeleton collapses into a heap of bones. Find your way back. For a moment, you think you've lost your way, then you spot a fountain, puddle of black slime. Back. Go visit the peddler. Survey his wares. Expensive. Sell that to him. Buy that. Steel. Buy the heavy hand. Buy the peddler. Yeah, I'll tell all my friends you're the best. Friend. A nervous-looking woman approaches your anvil, constantly glancing over her shoulder. Her movements are quick and jittery, like those of a hunted animal. Someone's been following me lately. out to the latrines or when I go scavenging for mushrooms. I don't know who. I haven't seen their face. Can you make me something I can draw quickly? But it needs to be long too. Hopefully just the sight of it will keep them away. You know what they want? No, and I'm not going to wait around to find out. Next time I see them, I want to be ready. Understandable. Let me make you something. Let's see. Make sure. There. Point. Needs to be a narrow point. Handed. There. How is that? Exactly what you need. Takes the weapon will relief her eyes are set within deep circles, as though she hasn't slept for a week. Good, I'll carry this everywhere and sleep with it close at hand. If my second shadow shows themselves again, I'll be ready. I gain another level. Okay, what should I do? Do engraver locks, engraving blade, and wood. Alright. As you bury your tools at night, never can be too careful. You heard a piercing investigate. You find the camp in chaos, figures running back and forth, knocking down tents, wailing, stumbling. The sun has just slipped below the horizon. Darkness begins to fall as you As you search for the cause of the panic, there's a sickening thud. A corpse has fallen from the sky and landed atop your bonfire, punching it instantly. Look to the sky. A winged shadow circles above, blotting out the emerging stars. It lets loose a shriek that turns your bowels to water. Identify the threat. Judging by its screaming cry, it's a Volgoth, a nocturnal predator and among the worst monsters that the war unleashed on the world. They sleep for months, then wake in a feeding frenzy. Their subsequent feasts can depopulate an entire village. The whole camp is in terrible danger. You also know that they hunt by following the sound of movement. If you stay quiet and still, you should be safe. Some around the camp are drawing swords and trying to organize a defense. You recognize your recently forged blades among those waving in the air. The creature first divers are repelled by blades jabbing at its scything limbs. But it's too fast, too massive. It retreats to the air and then swoops down elsewhere, targeting other defenseless prey. It descends on a fleeing woman, its jagged forelimbs plucking up the doomed soul. The beast ascends. A few minutes later, the victim's carcass splatters on the ground. Swords encourage the people to remain still and silent. You rush around the camp, grabbing survivors and shaking them free of terror's grip. You direct them to quiet down and act as statues. If they run or scream, it means their death. But the camp is vast, and you can't protect everyone. The slaughter continues unabated. At last, as more of the refugees flee for cover of the lost city ruins, the beast strays too close to Aaron Keep. The invisible barrier crackles, suddenly alive with pale blue energy. Fierce tendrils of power skitter in all directions, like cracks spreading through glass, and the beast shrieks in agony. Chastened, it swoops away, finally abandoning its banquet. A terrible silence falls, broken by the occasional sob. At long last, it's over. Help the survivors. You wander the camp, reuniting separated families and comforting the bereaved. Finally, once you're so exhausted you can barely stand, you stumble back to your tent and fall into a dreamless slumber. You are now exhausted. Awesome. The morning air is crisp, the sun shines on devastation. Survivors wander the camp, some clearing away bodies, others drifting aimlessly. The morning air is crisp, the sun shines on devastation. Aimlessly survey. Tattered tents extinguish flyers. Bloodless corpses scatter the camp like autumn leaves. As you're surveying the carnage, a woman in patchwork shawl hurried towards you, her face pinched and gaunt. She's dragging a small girl by the hand. I don't know if you remember us, Smith, but you kept me and my little Edina safe last night. Without you, I don't know what we would have done. She presses a few coins into your palm. I don't have much, but this is all I can give. Pocket the money without a word. I can't accept this. Some difficulty, she managed to convince the woman that you don't want to take her pitifully small savings. Luck be with you, Smith. Thank you so much again. As she hobbles away, her young child stumbles along beside her. You can't help but feel a surge of pride. You are now inspired. For Chev, you find her standing outside her tent, clenching her forearm, eyes fixed in the middle distance where the creature had vanished. She doesn't notice your presence. You alright? She jumps startled, then offers you a smile. Lucky to be alive, I guess. The Volgoth only feeds once every few months. It won't be back tonight. You're telling me this thing might be coming back in a couple months? That's not as comforting as you seem to think. I better get into Aaron's Keep soon. We're sitting ducks out here. Prey waiting to be picked off. It's done. Don't worry. I hope you're right. She drops her gaze finally from the sky. Did you lose anyone you know? I'm not sure. Haven't finished looking around. Well, I'm glad you survived at least. She rubs her eyes furiously as though waking from a long sleep, then glances around the shattered camp. Thanks for checking in on me. There's a lot of hurt people out there. I'm going to see if I can help. Search for the Monders. You stop short when you arrive at the tent. The iron pot has been knocked over. The fire has burned itself out. The tent itself is a tattered wreck, soaked in blood and gore. The beast ripped the tent apart and then ripped apart those within. There's more than one body, but they're too badly mangled to tell apart. A torn remnant of old Gita's pattern dress flutters in the breeze. Cholo is nowhere to be seen. You turn away. As you make your way back to the tent, you spy a growing crowd forming around the outer gate. Watched from afar. The mob has formed at the gate, shouting at the guards. It's a volatile situation, born of grief and rage and fear. Survivors of the attack voice a common complaint. The guards did nothing to stop the massacre. But really, their complaint is more basic. They're still stranded outside the city with no reprieve in sight. You suspect the guards would happily retreat to their stone parapets, but the wagons are rolling in, the gates need to be opened. Watch the disaster unfold. Guards fan out from the gate, trying to keep the shouting refugees at bay with their shields. Get back. But the usual tactics won't work today. One by one, the refugees draw swords. Sharp blades glitter in the morning light, and you recognize your own handiwork. Drop the weapons, or the rest of the watchman's words are lost in a gurgle as someone thrusts a blade through his throat. The mob surges, the guards retreat, shouting for reinforcements, while the wagon is toppled onto its side and set aflame. Looters pull crates from the burning wreckage, yelling in triumph. Back to your tent. You beat a hasty retreat as more and more guards pour out of the gate. Swords drawn, ready to enact bloody vengeance on any applicant foolish enough to have lingered. So tired, reduces your AP and finesse. You're crackling with energy. Increase your EXP and just diplomacy. Let me see. The woman who approaches your anvil has a sharp, quick eye. Surrounding, judged by her scars, she is going into. People say there's treasure there, stuff to behold. Already done hers before. Did that. The young man paces your anvil, his eyes fixed on the horizon. He wears a pack on his back and chews a long suck of grass. I can't stay here any longer, Smith. Wasting away, begging for scraps, watching people turn into animals that ain't living. He gestures towards the wasteland, stretching beyond the camp. Out there is a real opportunity. Old ruins, abandoned settlements, treasures for the collapse. The crows, they eat well. What do you do? So I need to... 2... see. Speed. Narrow blade. Takes the weapon to practice grip. His confident stance and well-driven movements speak of some military background, perhaps. Fair enough, Smith. Hats off to you. Not a bad job. Steel. Where's day? Talk my way in. What's to do here? Son, approach the gate. The guards watching against the rampart. You want? I don't know what else to do there. gray downlight filters your time. You hear mud, the alarm cry of your neighbors. Like, what's happening? Watch out, Smith. The guards are in the camp. I think they're here for your tent flat. The flat was torn open. One of the veterans keeps guards peers. You out. Because I said so, out before I had my men rip the tent to pieces. As you climb out of the light, as you climb into the light, Rough Hand sees you. Looking around, you can see full squadron of guards have ventured from the outer gate, led by a woman with pinned back hair and a severe glare. She's standing over your anvil, contemplating it with an unreadable expression. This is him, Sarge, one who's been arming the applicants. You recognize this fellow as the same guard you spoke to at the outer gate. There's a tree over there that looks good height for a noose. Shall we get started? Wait, you're gonna hang me? A guard was killed in the riots, and 2 more are in the infirmary. All thanks to you arming this rabble with your blades beyond their station. You were the one who told me to prove I was a blacksmith. Were you more comfortable bullying refugees? They had sticks and stones. I was just trying to make a living, nothing more. You were the one who told me to prove I was a blacksmith. Shut up. He looks ready to say more, but his commanding officer raises their hand. The guard shuts his mouth instantly. Wherever did you get the idea we were going to hang this man, Corporal? A Sarge. A guardsman is dead. Someone has to pay. The applicant who killed Briggs has been slain, along with 6 accomplices. Justice is done. If we blame the smith, what's next? Find the man who dug the ore and kill him too? Sarge. One more word out of your mouth and I'll have you flogged. You were supposed to be on the lookout for a swordsmith. And now I see that there was one under your nose for who knows how long. Rank and competence. Guardsman suddenly seems to be very interested in his own boots. So what do you want from me? You have no use to Aaron Keep if you're an untalented smith. Make a sword for me, something I'd be proud to have on my hip at the parade ground. If I'm satisfied with the quality, then congratulations. You're Aaron Keep's newest swordsmith. If I'm unsatisfied, maybe I'll let the corporal here hang you after all. Guardsman brightens up at that. I'll forge a blade to make you the envy of Aaron Keep. Wait, you're planning to hang me if I fail? For what crime? My sword helps fight off monsters that attack the camp. Do I get no credit for that? Do I get no credit for that? We don't care about the herd out here. The way I see it, it's good if something comes along to thin it out now and then. Bring the sword to me at the outer gate when it's done. At a shout from the sergeant, the entire squadron swivels on their heels and marches back towards the gate, jabbing spears at any applicant who gets too close. Well, unfortunately, I gotta get this done. Curved blades. I gotta freaking... I knew I should have picked that up. Okay. 420. What's that right there? bathroom. You know what the sad part is? If the old man, if I had sent that family to put their kids in the castle, sent them to work to death in the mines, they actually would have probably still been alive. Sacrificed the old lady. Ugh, that's a rough choice to make right there. Let's see. So give me something. Call like hand, grasp your arms, belonging to a man with a wild beard and even wilder eyes. Ezekias. I don't have much left, Smith. They're going to take it. I hear them all night, scampering around my tent. Animal scum. Why can't they leave me alone? I need a sword. I can't lose what little I have. Not again. Who do you think's trying to steal from you? Everyone in this camp. You can't trust any of them. That's why I need a blade in my hand. You don't seem well. I'm fine. It's the world that's wrong. Make me a sword, please. I beg you. I beg of you. Okay. Forge you a sword. Okay, need something sharp. Put this down. Section. There. Broad points. There. And needs a little pigment over there. The bearded man takes a sword and immediately starts stabbing at imaginary enemies. Get back, out, away from me. His mad laughter turns into a hacking cough. He staggers away, swinging a sword as though clearing a path through invisible vines. Cool. Made a sword for a lunatic. An old man limps to your anvil, a worn blade in his quivering hand. The sword has seen better days. Smith, can you help? Sure. Need the experience. That's a nice sword.
see.
Change that point. There. Inspects the blade, running his thumb carefully along the edge. Much better. Good work, Smith. Break down some stuff here. Some wood. There. Day. Head into Lost City. See if we can find anything of use here. Nicknamed Lost City. Search the room for value. You come across a counting house of merchants. Faded paint, dead scales. Brush stone aside. Failure. Yeah, it didn't work. It's okay. A new day has dawned. Curved blades. 6540. A man sits by your anvil staring at the keep's walls. They're building something up there. Sienna. Building new weapons. I've been watching them prepare for weeks. He scratches absently a scar on his face. It'll be at night when they think we're sleeping. They'll pour out those gates and clean up the refugee problem once and for all. Need a good blade. We won't be able to fend off a whole troop of guardsmen. That's fine. I just don't want to hide in my tent waiting for death. I'll meet them on my feet, maybe take a few of them with me. Sound a little paranoid. You haven't been here long, as I have. Men are like jackals in these days of ignorance, killing for sport. They'll murder us just for the color of our blood. To see the color of our blood. What do you need? Not asking for anything special, just something sharp and reliable. Alright. Man, he doesn't even need anything super. It's like a short sword he wants. Points. It's the stupidest looking sword I've ever made. Sort of holds the blade up, turning his way, and that his stance speaks of old battles, muscle memory that never faded. Better than I expected. He glances up at the walls of Aaron Keep, his eyes dark. Could be tonight, could be tomorrow, but I'll be ready. There. Curved blades. I'll have to wait till tomorrow to do that. Some steel. Day. Day. Go to the camp. Wander the camp. You spot Cholo, Bennett. Monder's dog digging up a bone from the mud. When he knows you, Schlodo runs up, wagging his tail, then he dashes off, pausing to look back. Does he want you to follow? Follow him. You follow Schlodo through the ravaged tents, covering your nose to keep out the foul smell of death and disease. You'll actually arrive at a spot where the Monder's tent used to stand. Now there are 5 freshly dug graves in its place. Beyond, you spot a small figure crouched over a dwindling fire. Approach the boy. You recognize Sandrick Monder, Bennett's elder son. If he recognizes you in turn, he shows no reactions. His face has been etched into a permanent scowl. Shoto runs up to the boy's side and lays down. The boy scratches his neck, absent-mindedly poking at the fire with a stick. Here's some scraps of food. You pull a hunk of bread out of your pocket and meal for the night. The boy's eyes light up. As though afraid you'll withdraw the offer, he quickly snatches the meal from your grasp and splits it in two. Half goes to Chlodo, who snaps it up in 2 bites. Thanks. I'm sorry what happened to your family. Is there anything I can do to help? The boy gives no reaction. Shoto whines and rubs his hands against his shin. Sandrick, do you remember me? Aye, I know you. He says nothing more. His voice carries far more weight and grief than is right for one so young. Those graves back there, are they? He simply shrugs. Looking around, you can see no evidence of his family. The once vibrant Wander clan has been reduced to 1. Well, 2. Schloto is here, comforting the boy as best he can. Schloto knows at your flank, growling continually. Bid goodbye. As you turn, the boy speaks up. If you come back and I'm not here, look after Schloto, will you? The poor dog's got no one else in the world. Schloto barks, his huge tongue lolling out of his mouth as his tail beats dust from the floor. You leave the 2 of them together, boy and dog, alone in a hostile world. At least they have each other. Speak to Chev. You find Chev sitting outside her tent, gnawing on a chicken bone. Sorry. Nice to see you again. I'm enjoying my dinner. I'd offer you some, but I've already heard this. Gossip. Oh, you know, petty fights. How are you holding up since the attack? Well, I still have trouble sleeping at night, but I'll survive. A lot of people were killed, good folk who were out in the open trying to save others. Why are the good folks always the ones who suffer? Leave her to her meal. Thanks for stopping by. See, I can steal some rations. Continue. Ah, success! You dart out. A shadow among shadows, and hoist yourself up into the wagon. After a heart-stopping moment, you relax. A merchant is leaning out the window, distracted by the shouting outside. With one swift movement, you grab a nearby bag, and slip out the way you came. The wagon is already rumbling back into motion. No time to lose. Check your prize. It's filled with strips of salted meat and chunks of black bread. Enough to keep you fed for days, unless you want to repay Bennett Maunder's kindness and share the haul with his family. Seem to live up their paranoia since your theft. You wait hours pass one by one, but the guards are keen dying. The drivers won't stop for anything. Perhaps you just got lucky before. It seems like there won't be another opportunity like that again. You hurry back to your tent, concealing the food under your cloak. No more room for sentiment in these camps. If you're safely hidden from hungry neighbors, you tear into the bread and meat with savage glee, as undignified as a wolf at a carcass. It's cold and salty and stale. It's the best thing you've ever tasted. You're now well fed. Okay. Uh, Bid goodbye. Alright, let's get the stoner. The sergeant asks for a sword to be proud of display in a parade ground. There's no room for error. If the blade isn't up to her standards, you'll hang. You have one chance. It has to be leagues above the blades you've made so far. Save here. Accept. Slightly curved, narrow point, two-handed. Let us forge this masterpiece. Age length. Curvature. Let's see. She wants a sharpness. Change thickness. Cross section. Sharpness. Narrow points. Dirt. blade that will spell the difference between entry to Aaron Keeper swinging into. Chef has been watching you work forward for the last hour, hovering at the periphery of your encampment. Is that it? Are you done? I might take it to the outer gate, hopefully. Either that or the grave. Good luck, Smith. She pulls you into a tight brace. And remember what I said about my uncle. If you do make it into the city. Let's see here. Better. Gates. Approach the gate. The guard is slouching his ramparts. What do you want? The guard finish making the sergeant's sword. The guard looks you up and down from top. While, alas, with a roll of his eyes, he turns and bellows a command. Portcullis. I don't know how to say it. Rises. The great doors swing open. I'm going to see you swing one day, worm. Hopefully today. Walk into the gatehouse and wait for the sergeant's arrival, suffering the impatient glares of the guards. The sergeant otherwise occupied by the time she arrives. The first rays of the dawn are in the sky. Let's see it then. Hand over the sword. She takes a sword in hand, holding it up to the light. She twists a blade this way and that, her eyes glittering. Her heart stops beating until she finally pronounces, acceptable. By official decree of the crown, sanctions under the grace of the masked king, I declare you worthy of stepping into the role of Aaron Keep's new swordsmith. Her voice is flat and emotionless, one eyebrow arches as she awaits your reaction. Thank you. That sword is better than acceptable, and you know it. Admit it. You're impressed. You like to flap your jaw, don't you? Remember, your entry to Aaron Keep is a privilege, not a right. And they can be taken away as easy as a snap of my fingers. Your ever-waking moment should be spent considering how you can be useful to the city. There's an empty forge in the artisan's quarter that has not been maintained since the previous smith vanished. It is now your duty to fix it back up and start supplying swords to the city as soon as you can. Consider this part of your rehabilitation into civilized society. Wait, the previous smith vanished? Aye, you'd be best to think about that before you get up to any mischief. Without another word, the sergeant turns and marches away, leaving you standing in awkward silence beside the gate guardsman. Here, a piece of parchment bearing the masked king's crimson wax seal is thrust into your hands. It grants you the right to work within Aaron Keep until such a time as His Majesty deems otherwise. You have gained a permit allowing you to live and work in Aaron Keep. Get out of here. Can you give me directions to the forge? Just shut up. Go. You're lucky you don't have a noose around your neck. Enter Aaron Keep. Emerging from the gatehouse, you find yourself in the last safe city in all of Talland. A new day has dawned. Whiffs of smoke from morning cook fires trace corkscrews in the sky. The dawn air is filled with the hum and bustle of a city waking up. Ask for directions. You approach the first friendly face you see, a tall youth with a broad frame and a tangled mop of straw-colored hair. He's hauling a wheelbarrow stacked high with leather hides. Hello, can I help you? I'm the new swordsmith in town. Apparently, there's a forge somewhere with my name on it. The new source. Oh, you're Thesson's replacement. You got a delivery to make, but he glances at his wheelbarrow of goods, then shrugs. A short detour won't hurt. I'll show you the way to the forge. Need water. Offer to push the wheelbarrow. I'll help him. Are you sure? It's quite heavy. Taking the handles, you quickly find the truth of his words. The barrow is heaped high, the tower of swaying leather hides, and your muscles, still weakened by starvation, know to shudder under the strain of controlling it. But you're able to steer it nonetheless. Haswin pats you on the shoulder in appreciation. Thanks, friend. I've been pushing that barrel since dawn. As you follow the man through the streets of Aaron Keep, you can't help but marvel. When was the last time you saw people look so happy and well fed? So many intact houses, so many proud spires. As you, in a city this size, how can you be in need of a blacksmith? What do you mean you said I was Thesson's replacement? Thesson Felber, the master swordsmith, went missing a few months ago. No one else in Aaron Keep can make high-quality blades. He went missing? What happened? You'd have to ask someone else. I sometimes delivered leathers to old Thesson, but I didn't speak to him much. He scared me, to tell the truth. I've never met a man who could scout like that, like a walking thundercloud. Hopefully whatever happened to him doesn't happen to me. The youth laughs awkwardly. Your arms start to ache from the strain of the barrow. You know, my father was a smith too, back before the Sundering, back when he was... Hesitates, searching for the right word. Around. My elder brother was the true apprentice, the one meant to inherit the forge, but I picked up a few things. Why didn't you go into the family trade? I was a sickly child, frail of body. My father didn't trust me with a hammer. Judging by his nonchalant handling of a heavy wheelbarrow, that sickly childhood is long behind him. What kind of things did you pick up from your father? I know my swagging from my fullering, my hardy tools from my heading tools. I understand the theory, but it's all from quiet observation rather than practice. I'd love to properly learn my father's trade. Would feel like I was honoring him. You know, there's room at my forge for an assistant. Really? Aye, good assistants are hard to come by. The youth's excited expression fades. He glanced down at his wheelbarrow. Fortunately, I'm stuck working for the tannery. How come? It's a long story, but I'm deep in debt to the Houndsburg League. They're the merchant guild who runs all the trade in and out of the keep. They had me working at the tannery till my debt's cleared. You can't defy the League of Aaron Keep and live. You can't defy the League in Aaron Keep and live. There must be some way to get you out of this. Well, you could talk to the owner of the tannery, but he's not exactly a reasonable man. The air buzzes with laughter and friendly chatter. The market stalls bustle as coins and rumors are swapped. It's almost enough to make you forget the guards who stand at every corner, hands on the hilt of their swords. Here we are, the artisan's quarter. Your forge is just ahead. There it is, a sprawling building by the canal. Stone chimney, stack jutting stubbornly against the sky. The door is hanging off its hinges. Set the barrow down with a sigh. How long has this place been abandoned? It looks completely wrecked. The guards ransacked the place after the smith went missing. He sticks out his hand. My name is Caswin, by the way. Nice to meet you, Smith. The pleasure was mine. I'll be at the tannery if you want to talk shop. Thanks for helping me with the barrow. Why don't you take some of these offcuts? I'm sure you can find use for them. He walks away, the barrel wheel weaving across the cobbles. Enter the workshop. You enter your workshop. The door yawns open, spilling sunlight into the long neglected domain of dust and cobwebs. A rat skitters away into the shadows. Storage area. Luckily, there's a cache of supplies still here, enough to keep you in business for a few days at least, but it won't last forever. You need to find an ironmonger who can keep you supplied with good steel, a carpenter who can supply wood, and someone who can sell decent quality leather. Drop some posters. No one in Aaron Keep knows the forge is back in business. If you put up some posters around town, you'll get the word out. You take time to scratch some crude advertising on scraps of parchment, your name, your address, and motto. We don't forge weapons, we forge perfection. Metal to match your metal. Cutting edge blades at cut price rates. Today's victories, tomorrow's heirlooms. Yes, we don't just forge weapons, we forge perfection. Metal to match your metal. Today's victories, tomorrow's heirlooms. Let's go with the first one. That should do. You pull the paper and soon have some posters ready. Get started. Stale air holds barely an afterthought of the scent and sound of iron, flame, and smoke, while all the tools are here. The chimney holds its breath, and the anvil still is in tune. And your hammer strikes a prelude, and your flint taps count off as you light the fire. Four children tumble through your door. A tangle of elbows, the smallest gap-toothed muddy, is shoved forward by the others. You need a knife, a sharp one. Obviously, Smith knows it needs to be sharp. Elsa, it's a knife. The tallest girl, with scraped knees and missing front tooth, produce a leather pouch. It clinks heavily. We got real coin. You're distracted from your work by the sound of giggling, looking up. You see a hulking man hunched in your doorway, staring at you with unnatural intensity. The name's Hendy. I need a sword. I can pay. Give it a let me see. A woman enters your forge, dark circles under her eyes. She keeps one hand on a small purse at her hip. I need something small, lightweight, easy to maneuver. My husband spends his nights rotting in a tavern, so it's just me and the children at home most of the time. I need a blade. Someone needs to keep my family safe. Zykius. This will be the. Oh, cool. Sing it. On something small. This will not be small. Thickness. Broad points. Great. Test the blood's wet and then slides it carefully into her market basket beneath a cloth. Good, I'll sleep better tonight. She counts out coins with careful precision, and then leaves without another word. Fancy. Let's see. Can you do anything else? And stay the forge. Let's go up there. Tannery. The smell hits you before the tannery comes into view, and it hits you hard. A nauseating blend of rotting flesh, stale piss, and caustic lime. Rounding the corner, you see the source of the stench. Workers stand waist deep in large wooden vats filled with manure and urine, stamping the mixture into hides. Others scrape fat and flesh from skins with curved knives, the wet slapping sound carrying across the yard. Seek out the tannery's owner. You found the owner's seat behind an oak desk in an outbuilding, insulated from the worst of the stench. Sweat glistens on his fleshy jaws, and his fingers are adorned with silver rings. This is not a man with any personal experience of leatherworking. He looks up when you enter, his eyes flashing with irritation. What now? Another complaint about the smell? Greetings, I'm the new swordsmith. Aaron Keep. The man's fleshy features shift into a calculated smile. Greetings, Smith. Name's Kurdish. And I'm in the leather trade. What can I do for you this fine day? Do you have a man named Caswin in your employ? Caswin, aye. He's a good worker, tireless, doesn't complain. He has a substantial debt to the Houndsburg League. I'm helping him pay it off, one day at a time. Without my generosity, he'd have 2 broken legs and only a begging bowl to his name. He's mine. What does he matter to you? I was hoping I could hire him at my forge. He snores derisively. You're welcome to him, but the man owes us a considerable sum. You just need to wait about 10 years. He should have paid off his debt by then. How much would it cost to buy Caswin's freedom? His pores, muttering calculations. With interest, 2,000 thalers, but I doubt you can stump up that kind of money. No, you're not dealing. Why such a steep cost for this man's freedom? He's one of my best workers. I won't let him go until he's worked off every penny. Ever heard of a man named Lucas or Oriona? Tanner's eyebrows raise. Matter of fact, I do know the man. Everyone knows Lucas. He's been a great friend to my family. Why do you ask? Explain how you met Shavina outside the walls. A pitiful tale, but if she has Lucas on her side, her story might have a better ending than most applicants can hope. Present company accepted. Where can I find him? He's in Citadel Square almost every night, sitting at his usual table outside a fallen doe. Good luck getting a word in edgewise, though. 2,000. What do you know about the missing swordsmith? Rumor is that Thesson murdered his poor wife and fled into the waters to escape the king's justice. Sound plausible enough to me. You'll do well to drop the line of inquiry, Smith. Thesson was a scoundrel. No one in the city misses him, especially now you're here to take his role in the city's supply chain. And buy some leather. We won't deal with individuals who sell in bulk to established customers. He looks you up and down with a grunt. But if you help out the tannery for a few hours, I can give you some offcuts to take home. Did a goodbye to the owner. You're treated to a simpering smile as you leave the office. It's related to a bloody hide syndrome. Further explanation. Failure. Playing deep in conversation with a woman with a wild tangle of hair and a bow slung around her shoulder. She's standing beside a cart loaded with fresh animal hides. The woman sees you first, her eyes keen and bright. She smiles at Caswin, and her smile is like a dazzling blade. I'll leave you to talk to your friend. She slips away. A puzzled Caswin turns to spot your recognition, taking a moment to flicker across his face. Well met, Smith. Sorry about the smell. Is there anything you need? Who was that? Oh, that was the huntress. She keeps us supplied with animal hides. Well, her and the herders up in the farming district. To be honest, I don't know her actual name. Never been quite brave enough to ask. How's life in the tanning yard? Caswin. Oh, you know. I don't want to complain. It took me a while, but I'm almost used to the smell. I'm so tired. By the end of the day, I don't even have to worry about bad dreams. I just collapse straight into bed. Bid him goodbye. Farewell. If you need me, I'll be here. Besides, hurry back to the forge. It'll take weeks to get the smell out of your clothes. Rose. I have 8. A watchman walks into the shop, oddly shamefaced, his eyes red-rimmed and blurry. Your eyes is drawn to the empty scabbard at his hip. Need a replacement blade, Smith. Lost mine. Well, can't remember where I lost it, to be honest. I was very drunk last night. If I report it missing, the quartermaster will have my hide and my pay for 3 months. Tankard steel. I can do. Actually, I could do this one. Do this one. And I would still have one left. Actually, could do all. Decent amount of steel up with me at the moment. So mostly leather is what I need. Okay. A woman at your workshop's entrance is tall and lithe, clad in filth black leathers. Her black hair twisted around what looks like a human femur. Her cloak trails the ground behind her, its edges splattered crimson. Amherst. Greetings to ye, Smith. I am Amherst, fourth sword of the bloody cloaks, and I seek a sword to cut down my foes like grain of the harvest. We bloody cloaks are a merry lot. You can find our encampment in the Lost City, if you be inclined to take a brew with us. Why are you called the bloody cloaks? She swishes her cloak with a grin. Each recruit gets a white cloak, and it's their task to turn it crimson with bathed blood, with battle blood. If the cloak is still white after your first taste of combat, you're given the boot. Who do the bloody cloaks fight for? The wastes are full of warlords, men who rule through strength and cunning, and you constantly war with each other over territory, loot, slaves. You can make a pretty living working for one side or the other, and anyone knows the bloody cloaks are the best in the business of butchery, so we get paid top coin. Where the bloody cloaks camped outside Aaron Keep. Air thrills her eyes. I ask Silas the same question every morning. There's no fights here, I tell him. No coin to be earned. But he follows the beat of his own drum, does Silas. He insists there's some great violence brewing in the keep, and he wants to be here when it breaks out. Tell me more about the blade you want. Nothing fancy, something that'll split skulls and pierce breastplate. Make sure it sparks fear in the heart. Twisted steel, regular coin. Alright. Let's get this forged. Super important. See, points. See, X. There. Hand and a half, of course. Of course. Twisted steel. Ember takes the fresh forged blade with a glint of violence in her eyes. Oh yeah, I can wreak some terrible havoc with this. Thank you, Smith. Much obliged. She scatters corn across her counter and marches out, her bloodstained cloak fluttering behind her. Rank 0. Need 250. Don't know what that'll give me. See what I got here. Can't do that one. Uh, Judging by the gleam in his eye and the crook to his grin, the man at your door has dark designs. I'm a practical Asksel. It's better for me to do. Watchman needs a sword because he lost his. We'll forge him a sword. Right. Why does it need one-handed? There. Looks less stupid now. He got everything he wants. He sights the blade into his skewer with a visible relief, adjusting his belt to sit properly again. The quartermaster won't know the difference. You saved me months of half rations and latrine duty. That's kind of cool. Pending sound. Have right now. End the day. Day. 10th of the way there. Citadel Square. All the city streets eventually wind their way here at the grand plaza called Citadel Square. Market stalls trace a colorful maze around the perimeter. Above it all, the high citadel looms. Built into the bones of the mountain itself, the citadel's imposing gate is carved into sheer rock. Access is limited only to those of noble blood and their guests. Around, wagons fresh from the waste unloads their goods. A traveler in dusty leathers sits on a barrel, regaling children with tales of the outside world. You walk beneath the awning, keeping an eye out for anyone selling steel. Fortunately, nothing notable catches your eye, but this seems of a promising spot to find more reliable sources of iron. Scrap peddler. Put up a poster. You locate the public notice board near the market stall and pin your poster among the various announcements and advertisements. A few passers-by glance over with mild interest. Look at the Citadel gate. The guard on the steps are not your typical city watch. The watch, who patrol the streets and man the walks, wear battered breastplates and ragged cloaks. The men guarding a citadel are knights. Their full plate gleams in the sun. Their cloaks are of rich red velvet. They display more plumage than an exotic bird. Their swords, as your expert eye, are of the highest quality. Wagons. The wagons are spiked wheels and armor plated, drawn by jet black horses of monstrous size. Each bears the same emblem, an armored fish clutching a bushel of golden wheat. An armored fist clutching a bushel of golden wheat. Posters in brown uniforms unload the Orders in brown uniforms unload the wagons, stacking crates before the Citadel gate. Stern-faced guards watch over proceedings, crossbows cradled in their arms. Chat to a porter. One porter sits down his crate, wiping sweat from his brow. After a lifetime of heavy lifting, his arms are like tree trunks, but he has kind eyes. Can't talk alone, lots of work left before sunset. Any idea what happened to Felber, the previous swordsmith? No, never talked much with the man, to tell the truth. He wasn't a friendly sort. It's in the boxes, or from the far mines. But I handle goods from across what's left of the realm. Ethan tallow, Orleans silks, salt from the Buravan coast. There's still trade out there for those with the courage to seek it. Who does Aaron keep trade with? Porter's smile is bitter. Mostly warlords and nomads. The few other outposts that have survived the long dusk. Little islands of sanctuary floating atop the vast misery that devoured our world. What are the farm mines? Well, they're mines. They're far away. He snorts at his own wit. You gaze at him in silence until he elaborates. If you were standing on the north city wall, you'd see the iron teeth peaks in the horizon. That's where the mines bless our city with their bounty. Truly, the wisdom of the Masked King is beyond compare. I want to ask about something. Certainly. Why are you unloading here? The nobles in High Citadel get the cream of the crop. Then we head to the warehouse district and finish unloading there. He sighs deeply, looking up at the Citadel gate. But first, we have to haul these crates onto the supply ramp. I'm telling you, I should have joined the watch like my brother. What's the meaning of the emblem on the wagons? They're the symbol of my masters, the Houndsburg League. They manage almost all trade in and out of Iron Keep. If you meet a merchant who doesn't work for the League, you're dealing with either a criminal or a fish too small for the shark to take notice. Do you have any advice for a newcomer in Iron Keep? Aye. You best keep a watchful eye when you walk among the orphans. He points over to a nearby gaggle of children in identical gray smocks. Our Masked King is most gracious to grant them shelter. Shifty little rascals, though. Pick your pocket as soon as look at you. Do you need any help? You can help me shift these boxes. I can't pay you, at least not in coin. But we always have some stuff left over in the wagon at the end of the day. Help move boxes. Spend an hour picking up crates and staggering to supply ramp. Appreciated. Let's see if I can scrounge up for you. Oh, I got some wood. The bottom of the wagon is littered with broken remnants of old boxes enough to repurpose into something. There was hard work after hours of the forge, but your muscles stood up well. Thanks for the help, friend. Sticks out his meaty paw. Name's Ursus. I owe you one. If you ever need help with something heavy, I'm your man. Let you get back to work. Porter goes back to pulling crates from the back of the wagon, humming tunelessly. The sun has slipped behind the horizon. Curfew draws near. The city watch swings their bells and shouts at citizens to make their way home. The evening air grows chill. The warmth of home beckons deep. Down steep the winding street you go, leaving a bustle of Citadel Square behind. I didn't even talk about what's her name. I guess she gets to eat a chicken bone today. That wasn't very nice of me. Can't even do this one. She has two names. Must be important. Seta Faircliff. The young woman who strides into your forge is wearing practical writing clothes. The silk ribbons in her hair and her proud bearing mark her out as a girl of noble birth. Churling behind her is an awkward boy of similar age, with thick eyebrows and a wispy beard. He stays silent. The noblewoman does the talking, clasping his hand in hers. Seta Faircliff. You there, Smith. I am in need of a sword for my fiancé, Elby. He intends to fight a duel with my stepfather. Isn't that right, Elby? Elby nods nervously. He looks like he's swallowed a wasp. Who might you be, young lady? I am Lady Cassetta, eldest daughter of the Faircliff dynasty. You're new in town, so I'll forgive you for not gasping in amazement. We're a very old and established family of the High Court. The Faircliffs have been in the have been in Aaron Keep since the days of King Ethmond. King Ethamond. Why does your Why does your fiance need to fight a duel with your stepfather? Poor Abby is only a stable boy. Our marriage promises to be quite the scandal, and my stepfather has already promised to have him killed if he goes through with it. A duel for my hand is the only way for our love to flourish. Right, Elby? Elby nods miserably. What kind of sword do you desire? Only the very best of swords is suitable for my fiancé. It must be sharp and true, of course, but also beautiful like me. Holy shit. I have to get gold and silver. One-handed, a regular point. I need 3 silver. Okay. Pain in the ass. Holy crap, all they care about is making it look nice. It doesn't even have to be a good sword. It just has to be pretty. This guy's gonna get killed. Pulls a peen. One-handed sword that's as long as a two-handed sword. Yeah, he's dead. Sorry there, pal. You're not gonna make it out of here. You are going to die a most miserable death, my friend. I need to go get gold. This guy an idiot. God. I don't even know if I don't even have enough gold. It's costing me a fortune because this idiot wants gold all over everything. I still don't have enough gold. Holy shit. I'm already sick and tired of these morons. I need to go buy more silver now. Silver. 3 peas. Silver. Still don't have enough resources. Stupid ass. This is so obnoxious. Wish I understood what this was. Silver required at least 3, and this is 2.6. What? Making any money off this? Oh, was I just getting steel? I was buying steel like an idiot. Ah, crap. That sucks. Oh, come on. Oh, God. Saving. I gotta go to bed. Too early in the morning. I'll be back to play tomorrow.